Yeah, fine. You're good? And the ceiling, may go paint, but we scrape it out first, because through the paint that fall down and we kind of skeptic when it comes to them something. But we still set up these so you can use it same way. But the fridge never clean, that's why it never plug it in back. And when you move it, like when you move the refrigerator on like a pipe around there, you have something like sand, it jumble up, so when you plug it in back, and it mash up the deep freeze out as well. But anytime you move refrigerator, you can plug it in back same time. Same thing with AC. So
why do I fix that?
you have to change the little filter thing where it's around it. Yeah.
So I go change it.
No, the one with that. Not this.
Okay.
So you see, because me know say when you move it, you don't plug it in back same time. You can plug it back now, you know. Because it cool off for 30 minutes. That's good enough for the sand, the grains and settle back in the pipe. Yeah. But as I tell you still, enough people know say, yeah. And that yeah, when you shaky thing like.
Oh.
Yeah, it just look like a cylinder. Yeah, a little small cylinder. Yeah, so when you move it, shake up. So when you plug it in back now and the motor start push the refrigerant, it flow up the sand grade something and plug up the pipe in.
Okay, so in the escape or something.
Yeah. Yeah, rinse it on. But we just set up a few minutes just in case you have a look out for anything man. Yeah.
Oh, what time we were there for this morning? Early? Yeah. I'm probably commented. All kind of tea this bush tea. Eh? Bush tea. Yeah, cool. Alright. understand now, but it's like you have to show her say yo you got this. I know what you do she overprotected like you overprotected the one thing that she really no, in a fair eye, all the other things that you have a kid that we don't let me go. I don't know, and like you're still student or a child, so you don't know where your works that you can see as a man. And you can go around them and if they're trying to want anything to do with it, and if they have, you know. But right now, over so and to over so feel like as it is like over there, you sounds yeah, yeah, after maybe I really can't get a serious because the energy and these spirituals and people are people every day. Sometimes there's like I mean, it's not get as so so I can really think about then I feel reach up to through on the earth to God. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yes, and that even our people might say that I'm still alive now. So you gotta know. Scary. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Come here, see you around. See the folk on my show. Say no, no money. Yeah. There's the seven. Oh, it's supposed to be. Stop saying early. Yeah, but say it late. Okay, okay. But anyway, I think I know about that in the top tree and this wall and oyster. Them three that are top three professional. Yeah, so the moment of then you have to fight, take the lead. Or you get put up quick. But still quick, you are 3 weeks to lose your transform. A week. So on the 20, I think about the 30 and 70 emails may receive. Yes, and okay, reach out to some they have no problem. Let's do it, let's do it. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. we can have similarities or we can be compatible and then when you 3 months a year, a year, then as you realize that when you find like that, they can really do at the end of the day, it's a me. We don't know about it, but everybody can have partners. And I give a concentrate on work with him, the mind still never is there.
But pre-wise,
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that count, but just if you are alone when you're outside, like the skyscraper where they for the look on the city. It's a nice spot them up. So I didn't know they low, like everybody else then they go by. It's a good look, man. The main thing I come for them and you put the priorities them and you speak them and just know you can't stop it. Yeah, you give yourself too much to break it, that's what nah. Okay. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
and one thing is, I don't feel like things are happening to you. It's happening for you.
Yeah.
It's not happening to you. It's happening for you.
Yeah.
Trust. Trust. You know, so last night, Selima make something there for you.
Jerk chicken or beer chicken.
Be a chicken. You see it in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to make you find out.
Yeah. Our friends in the watch our friend of we are using it friendly enough. When Ferrari had them cover on the cover.
Alright, that carry that work.
Mm-hmm.
That carry that work.
So you skip expenses no.
Right, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Can I read that expensive to paying for the thing?
Mm.
14 does come to, so that means that a £1 or maybe six
That's
pounds.
about it. Yeah, that about it.
8 bills, then book it on order.
Yeah, the book them out every you know.
Then book it right.
Oh.
£1. Just pay 8 bills to clear them.
But you share not to a metal.
Reach like £1. This good book. This good book.
See.
You read that?
Mm-hmm. I think no time for reading them much this dog.
If you read one, the thing read this. You may not buy issue, but if you read one, read this.
Yeah.
Marcus Aurelius Meditation. It's like the deal stoic, so you can't control nothing external,
Yeah.
you can only control the internal. But you can get internal can influence the external to suit you.
Oh.
You get it?
Yeah. That what I even call it, the last tattoo when you get this down. Life was written like these scriptures. So it's like everything that you can lay aside and say, yo, I'm gonna work, you know.
and you're there spin, and you realize your time fly up and you say, oh, man, go work, You did already destined for your dog to work. But in your brain, in your mind, you tell yourself, say, yo, you have to work. But you don't realize, say, it never destined for you to go. Alright, perfect example, and it's supposed to conclude everything. If you never go over your grandmother, you see that girl there, that baby, that never happened yesterday, couldn't happen. And if that never happened yesterday, we wouldn't get right as a whole that happen. So we don't know how else to look my life. It can't just be freestyle. We can't just get up on a freestyle everything. Just that would have seemed, I don't know. It's not logical to me.
One thing I want to say with that though,
Yeah.
it's a good philosophy, but me not remember they talk to somebody Zina and them I say, like I tell them say, bro, your situation is like the consequences of a decision, good or bad. Zine?
Yeah.
And the man I tell them say, yo, I'm circumstances, bro. I'm with this, I'm with that. I mean, I say, big man, like you have the ability to do what you want. You have free will. You have the capability to make a smart decision. But me know so that come with nuance. See, like me, we did fortunate to learn this. Some people are fortunate to learn that.
Yeah.
See? So I say it comes with a lot of nuance. And but all I say, just not take away responsibility from yourself if you do certain things. Isn't it?
See.
Him blaming upon him circumstances.
Yeah, I know that in a sense, we don't agree with him, because I just the role where him get to play. Look for me, the role that he get to play, it's not easy, but when me I go do, I just Herman Jagger role that, I just my role that, I just accept me can, if it even seem like we make a decision to go on a different road, I just saw destiny is set. So at the end of the day, like, we only think we have control, but really we have it. But alright, so you think otherwise, what's your 2 minutes and then 5 minutes? You say one of them boy yesterday.
I sleep last night and one bite somewhere.
Yeah, me don't know like I'm come to take over. So even with your philosophy where you say you have free will, it might seem that way that like you have free will. That if you say, yo, me have free will, what's up? Throw them the coffee now. It is destined for you to throw it down. So you can prove to me, say a free will. Got everything in destiny.
So my time I think for like, what if we never did this? What would the outcome be?
It's
Probably would have reached the same outcome at a different date, or maybe.
No, never. Can't be. Can't be. You ever go somewhere 5 seconds earlier, 5 seconds later, and you wouldn't meet that person there, or the store would have locked, and if the store did lock, you wouldn't get that, you go get the taxi at that same time. Everything was this. Maybe that's it, no other way. Yo, we don't want to wrap up the whole body in the dog right there, so.
So much about.
Yeah.
But breakfast, there's a tea.
Yeah. Shit.
bigger than who? Nah, in regards to see, but pretty different. Yeah, yeah. And Gina will come back and say, what the heck is going wrong, man? And that would kind of stop the movie to look and I said, no, I say, you know what? So, they got that movie is like that, you know? But see, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. We want to, yeah. Yeah. But then what I said again, yeah, like, so we get the truth, man. Why she's like, no, too crap. Well, that's totally up to them at the end of the day, like, you know. Yeah, one time, you know?
It's a family business out there, you know?
Eh,
So when I saw them, I did the exact same thing the man I do. So when the man was there,
yeah.
he was like he was doing basically everything for the company and they keep the company afloat.
See,
But no, they want to take on more responsibilities. I have one son, I have one daughter, and things, you know? So the boss I say, yo, that him get some more money. Is it because he's doing like the work of like 500 people.
yeah, boys.
Money they want to say, no, they can't pay him. Want to say, no, can't waste some time. I say, I want to lift up. Every day, father say, yo, come back, come back.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We can give the money with the answer, no.
But man, I got different ball play. Man say, no, come back and get exactly what I want.
Yeah,
So I'm the
boys.
same.
Well, you know, sometimes you can't really so exact. Like, you don't know your family business, you don't know your benefits from it. You probably think say you desire a heavier sum, but just go on with it. But me understand so when you step out now, you could have see say even serious. So the seriousness you just want to get across. But at the end of the day, I just a human's behavior. And we are the dumbest. Humans are the dumbest. Yeah, chimpanzee are the smartest. You never know that?
Show me one side now.
Good, good. Yeah, man, they run the test. They run the test. Chimpanzee are the smartest. They test him with a brother will have the best memory to the Guinness book. You buy a brand new deck of cards and shuffle it, everything at random, and you just look on it one time. All 52 cards, and you give it back, and he might tell you the whole of them like that. Then do the same thing with the chimpanzee do it in a 7 seconds.
It's like their brain more fired. Like you have more neurons that fire this up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But if them evolution to humans, just imagine what them gonna do. Because remember we born as Mongol now. You didn't know that?
Yeah, some the evolutionary like.
Yeah, because our football time because it's I couldn't that we get to walk on. Actually we need to get to walk on. You know, and we couldn't walk on our hands and like this. So actually so. But we don't want to get to meet today. I don't know. TMI. Too much information.
No.
No man, them talk, they have some deep on the balcony talk. Yeah man, that's what we have to do. Yeah, definitely the ceiling. We scrub it down already. We scrape off the old paint and we use the brush and brush it down. The next step would be like just use the hose and kind of wash it off to kind of get it wet. So when you use the brush
and um, what can I say now? Yeah, brush in the paint actually soak in the concrete. Yeah, so at that. You see, because of the roller you use, the roller just roll upon the top surface. So when that happens now, it just flake off. But when you prep it like this now and do the
Yeah.
when the bristle them actually lay it in the concrete as the first coat. When that dry, second coat, 5, 10 years before it paint again. Yeah. Regardless if you see me on water, soap water or whatever, that have no fluid paint it downstairs. Because the paint actually have an antifungal property in it where keep anything away so you won't see these. Yeah, so like these now, you definitely have to use soapy water to get rid of bacteria. Yeah. I only can work still, but we just decided to do the kitchen at first. Because through this we are prepared food and whatsoever. We just don't want to see none of loved ones and sick. Because you know, we're sick. Yeah.
Just easy as scream on pin.
No. Have a break up and that one.
Shit. Space and
Turn on the fire, not the mummy battery. Turn on the fire. Yeah.
You can you can update laptop so you look a bit faster.
We can do a little tweak in yes. Like clear some cache and clear some temporary files and free up the RAM. But we make it faster at the RAM speed. Much RAM you have in that? 8 gig?
I think color time minimum, yeah.
Yeah. 8 gig supposed to alright still. Now give the specs a look on one of them there.
The thing I have with it, like, I this one work on it.
But it's slower.
Slow. Again, as we say, I develop an app.
Yeah, you're gonna need speed to do them heavy work.
Beer you can balance like before you turn on alright. But no, since we start easy just get longer.
Yeah. Jay, careful when you come out outside wet. Wet my slide. Yeah, man, do you have to big up yourself, man? When I fall back, I look and think there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, play tennis today, yeah?
Yeah, go?
So, no, play tennis today, man. 200% sure. Probably.
Alright, no problem.
30. Shit.
You have an orange blue there?
Yeah.
newspaper and underground. No, not all of the floor, just the corners. That's the, come on, open door. Put the next, yeah, you can put that.
Yeah, man, I did this, but can I say, I take your time from my one. So, I got me outside of the say, you're not taking your channel, you're not taking your channel, you're not taking your YouTube channel from one to our I like, but I need to be kissing. Yes, I got me outside, you can see that, you see why the things now, why you're talking now. Pop up. too thick, come in the cup.
fabric, assuming the content. out.
Need a behind yourself?
Good. No more, you want me tired.
No, no worries. Alright, take a break. Take a little break and come. Rest of me, just sing. Rest of me. Eh? Eh? Oh, yeah, man. You sure you want to use that big brush?
Music play mode. The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Mention that big ship that is docked up in Jamaica here. Everybody asks whether we are like them or not. They were going to do why you know now. I would have look at. Oh man, that's why I couldn't do. Couldn't do no. Can't know where to know as well. Teenage and RFM. They have you next Wednesday night. Warm, it's like that, you know. And you know, I come down power hard, man, I tell you. Yes. Because we had the place hot, so that just dry up. Yeah, it would just dry up to our thing, man, I tell you. I mean, we last year that. We have shown you, we find it very difficult not to play it every Wednesday night. We don't one of them, but it's work with. We want to play this one now, one later, and we play the other one. So, out of Africa, here we go. Your daughter will give me, you know, believe you me. Alamanamakawa, you Jackie will introduce me to it. From the daughter will give me it. Yes, Ayana, coming true. Okay, so there we go. And next Wednesday night. And so much things happen, especially we are going right in the so-called East Asia, Africa part, Hezbollah, Beirut, Israel. These places is not in good shape at this moment because of greed and neocolonialism, thief and robbery. And how can we not done that big ship that is docked up in Jamaica here? Everybody asks whether we are like them or not. They were going to know why you know now. We are American ship, but you don't have. We don't really know our man. Stop what I couldn't know. Stop what I couldn't know. on the well know as well. Okay, go take a break, first break, I come forward. Burn them out with sage and ganja. Yeah, we like that. So, we see we are going. One of the things they must mention is that the police who killed the woman in the car was charged for murder today or yesterday. He was charged for murder. No, I don't too long this thing out, I think last week or week before last, the shooting go on. And then all the police for murder. No. The reason why if you get charged up with is because after uproar go on all over the island and with people say on them phone how the woman was killed and when she dead, when she dead, how them act that day. It's the people that never back out. All know them still that about them investigating the matter. And enough of them things they go on in a Jamaica. In the one of the police murder. And you not hear about it because you know you're in a ball of more than so like now one. Like now one. So when I say that it is very important that when these things happen, we let our voices be heard. We must make our voices be heard. Not only for them kind of things that took out faith. Only part of things we are going in Jamaica. We're not right, you know. Only for them are right. But because we're not saying it just go on like it's a normal thing. And nothing no normal about it. A murder is a murder. By anybody who do it is a murder. So we are telling people them say keep up the pressure. Anytime these things happen, make sure say, shut your mouth. Call the radio station them and ball out. The announcer them also must make them voice be heard.
Can I get your number?
I'm married.
No disrespectfully, I just had to ask for your workout plan so my husband can get shredded body like you.
Tai Chi walking program, 15 minutes every morning. If you want to get rid of this, and this, do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises, 3 minutes each every day, and see what happens. We start this Monday. Are you in?
6:30 a.m. doing my 15-minute Tai Chi walking before work. I'm 52. Started a month ago. Yesterday my boss literally didn't recognize me. I'm telling you, start this challenge this Monday. On April 28th, you'll thank yourself.
Honey, how many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
Tai Chi walking 7 minutes a day.
Kind of come like say, we agree with these things, that's why we're not saying no. I'm afraid. Maybe that is it. Maybe we're afraid to say it. To criticize certain people that is in the society. Like government people, politicians, police and soldiers, and all the people them who control the money in Jamaica. We don't want to say nothing because we're afraid take it. And then afterwards, them complain to themselves and them to the Camino friend there. And then it's an interesting father friend there. Instead of making it loud, they want the police to murder just that did happen. You know some incident right now where a long time it happened. And we don't hear not about it more than saying. They might investigate it. They might investigate it. They might investigate it for months, sometimes for years. Last year, the police killed how much? Hundreds of people. And when I hear none of them come up and say, no, the one unlawful. Not lawful. When I hear that, the one you hear them say, court time, charge him for murder. And that is what go on. Some of you want to know now, when they go to court and they decide to charge him for murder or find him guilty, and then they can't go to police, GD or whatever they pay them, and lock him up. How you feel for a man who supposed to uphold the law, you know, amongst people who never did uphold the law, so themselves, and now is part of that group, or part of that community. And it's just like everybody else in the community, behind those four walls, just like everybody else. No authority, no bullying, no privy to exceptional treatment. It's just another prisoner, just another murderer. What a judgment. Anyway, we still are and a call out for some other people. 100 people this year. How much out of that is murder? Will I come and fight it up? Morning, noon, and night, will I come and fight? How much out of that 100 is murder? We have to know, you know. I can't continue that way there. You can't, when we go out like that, we agree with it. You know, see, all the body camera, where you're at, what we got, body camera. We're not coming and fight. We're not coming and fight. The police them need to have body camera, every one of them. We go on the road at night time and have patrol areas. They have to have body camera and modern the reality of that. Right, take a break and come forward, break time. Because that's why your joy is good. You know, that is a celebration that is taking place, the machine of place and all. You know, that you don't know who them joy is. You better go Google it. You better go Google it, you know, Google, so Google joy is. I just say, I will play drum something and also realize musically. As a matter of fact, when Bono Wheeler decides that now to kind of fly an iron bird, kick some wheels and all that thing. There's a big history. But I'm going to say, who we can go find out who we are talking about. Because I saw it go. And if you're not a big friend, I still saw it go. Joy, because trust me, put so much things in it. Man, put so much things in it that I just saw it go. I just saw it go. I have to know that. Okay, so you know what I said now. We just let talk about how the man them just come and decide say, yeah, they'll charge police. They'll charge police for them for the murder of this woman.
It's a fine phone.
She
It's
never
restriction.
go in that
If you
car.
text upon the phone.
And I never say, so she never take her car. Them that want to take it to her, but them say, it's no license. Yeah, that them say, the car no license. And she never make them take it to her. Well, them never take it to her. But them she already had it. What a thing. What a thing. And this way there now. A police come like a farm, they don't need to them something. When you have them something, they come like a farm. Because you don't have a really believe say, and Jamaica there. You really hear them something that go on. And all the things happen now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, we want to talk about this thing where I go on now in the area so now. The impending invasion of Cuba. What is going to happen now? What will happen? What is going to happen when the man them presumably when they decide they want to use Jamaica as a launching party to invade Cuba? They have an embargo from Cuba and then lock off island, all the things that we necessary to make life meaningful in a little country like Cuba. They lock it up. And then I say, the people them are suffer because of the government.
Since the day you were born, a guardian angel was assigned to you. He's been watching over you, trying to guide you, trying to protect you. But here's the truth no one talks about. If you don't know his name, he can't fully reach you. It's like calling out to someone in the dark without knowing who you're calling. The connection stays weak, the guidance stays faint, and the doors that should open stay closed. That's why some people feel stuck, not because they're cursed, not because they're unlucky, but because the bridge between them and their angel is never activated. My name is Angela. For over 40 years, I've been communicating with the angelic realm, and today I've been guided to reach out to you. Your angel wants to change this right now. He's ready to reveal his celestial name to you, the name only you are meant to speak. He also wants to give you a secret invocation, a secret phrase that will let you call him to your side when you day or night. Imagine what could shift in your life once that connection is fully open. The protection, the clarity, the obstacles finally moving out of your way. But I have to be honest with you, this window won't stay open forever. The energy that brought you here is rare. If you ignore it, it may not come back. I've seen too many people miss that moment. Don't be one of them. Click below to receive your angel's name, his personal message to you, and your secret invocation, so you can finally unlock the connection that's been waiting for you all along. Your angel is ready. You?
Do you know that 90% of people don't even suspect that their date of birth has already encrypted their past life? Are you serious? Who was alive before this life?
Them say people must suffer because of the government. They still Cuba, they are so much people around the world, not just Jamaica, where they said that. Who can remember when their party did that war and Angola and Mozambique? Cuban soldiers got on to fight. Remember when the Ebola took over in Guinea? The Cuban them sent doctors during the time of the Ebola in Guinea. When the American did that send soldiers. It's like them thing they come funny to me, Them send soldiers down there. The Cuban them send doctors down there. And if you alleviate the pandemic where they are going in Guinea. As a matter of fact, during the time of the COVID, that little island in Cuba did have their own vaccine. They make their own vaccine, and no Jamaican go up there. Instead of take the vaccine where the American them send them here. And no Jamaican go to Cuba but take the vaccine for the virus. And then make it. So the doctors in Africa, in Cuba, is well advanced in the system. They actually create a vaccine to really go against the big guys then. Vaccine will never have whatever them say, well, you don't have to dump it. Because the people that never use it. And I hear some people pass some radio about what a disgrace. Imagine you get the vaccine and we are make it waste. But how wicked that are Jamaican people there. They don't know kindness. People them say, hey, nah, take your vaccine, But you have people who are Cuba. You have people who are Cuba who take the vaccine. And I consider that very high. I realize the kind of people who invade your country, they start to build up certain momentum around the country. They start to build up certain things, that even you yourself start to wonder how the government them so wicked. Then the one where you know them about invade, It's almost like they make you turn against the government there. Yeah. It's almost like they make you turn against it. And you start to wonder, say, well, they don't speak to that government there. No, they want to get you that this government job, the Cuban government. Because they say they want that change. You know what? It's neocolonialism. Neocolonialism. They want that change of government in Cuba. Because Cuba is not a good government. You know, which kind of try to kill Fidel Castro. They can't outplay some of these things where them out, where them used to try and kill Fidel Castro, but it's a serious thing. No, I never see such a big ship there in Jamaica yet. I remember one time there was a ship come on here, where that long a Victoria period, I don't remember with me, Norwegian or something like that. And them make a cup on it. And then they have the one where the book will come with the whole heap of book them. Out of cement factory, so. This one, I don't know about anyone go on it. But I remember when the ship them used to dock down there. A whole heap of people who listen to me are now too old to know that. Too young, sorry. I say too old. They're too young to know that. But at that time, when a whole heap of American sailor used to come here, and Hanover Street was like a red light district. I don't know when you red light district. If I Europe, it's a red light district. A pure prostitute and transvestite and all them people that depend on the road there. I sell them whatsoever them have to sell. When I saw Hanover Street used to stay. Hanover Street was the red light district for Kingston.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now. HitPod Video Enhancer is an AI video quality enhancer. You can easily convert low-resolution videos to high-resolution, 360p to 1080p, 4K, up to 8K. No noise, pixel blocks, and jaggies. 4 incredible AI super-resolution models can enhance almost any kind of video. General denoise model can improve real details, reduce noise, enlarge video to 2 times, 4 times, even 8 times without quality loss. Step 1, choose file. Step 2, select AI mode. Step 3, export video. As easy as 1, 2, 3. HitPod Video Enhancer makes 4K as easy as saying.
When the ship for me, man, the woman them, no. That was a year ago, about the previous, you know. Never believe it. But they stick them out in a white belted pants. I come out of the ship, man. And as them come out of the ship, so people direct them to certain place, around Paris Street, Hanover Street. Oh, me know them up there. Because me used to live down there. I don't know. Me used to live at Ayoban Street. And my school used to live at Maiden Lane and Tower Street corner. Rosemary Lane and Tower Street corner named Wesley Primary School. And that's how we get to know them up there. Plus, my cousin, I was serious rebel. Yes, serious rebel. She's the first someone when we say about America go buy things and come back come sell. I never know all them things and see me say I do it. And when she walk or sell, when she say walk, when she drive or sell the things them, and down the so she go or sell them. She have a customer them when she sell them kind of clothes where everybody want to look like American. Like now. And when they get the seal of them coming, oh gosh, man, King Street full up. Orange Street full up. We don't see that again. We don't see that again. So why me I say that is because it's long time I don't see American ship dock and Jamaica. That way there. Yes, it's long time. And the question is asked, what are they planning for Jamaica? What is the government of Jamaica and the government of America planning to sidestep our nearest neighbor, the Cuban people? Them say Cuba is 90 miles from the grill. And it is all known 90 miles from Florida too. not a long flight. Not a long flight at all. But these people don't need flight to reach over to Cuba. They can't stay far now with the air somehow. And send drone and rocket go down and go blow up the place. And mash up the place. Total mash up. Because you know Cuba is a place where see all the car them and some antique car down there, you know. You know, none of them would have a modern car where you see Anya, so you know.
There's nearly 678,290,000 kids under 5 around the world. But what's so important about being 5? Well, children who live to age 5 are twice as likely to reach adulthood. That's why vaccines matter so much. For 40 years, Rotary and partners have delivered vaccines globally. Like here and even here, in your neighborhood and around the world, Rotary is ensuring children grow up safe from preventable diseases.
You write the words. What if you could hear them as a song? Go to suno.com, switch to custom mode, and paste in your lyrics. Then describe the sound. I'll go with soulful R&B ballad, emotional vocals, piano driven. Hit create. Suno turns your writing into two fully produced songs. Your words sung back to you with real production behind them. Now shape it, remix to hear your lyrics in a completely different genre. Rewrite sections to tighten the phrasing, extend to build the full track. You can also use Suno to face writer's block head on. Create new lyrical ideas and flourishes that you can then reinsert to complete your composition. Your lyrics fully produced from a paste and a prompt. See what your words can become. Subscribe at suno.com.
No, we have more modern car than America to ride in. We have more modern car than America. Them have the all-time food, them and you them clean them and shine them, you know. Hey, them car, they value enough money, you know. People with the antique car, you know. They value enough money. And they don't know Jamaica, they know. What is the government saying and not saying to them when they are, when they have phone and they exit the country minister of war? What plan, what conniving scheme them have now for the Cuban them? And guess what? The Cuban them one like say they not fight back, you know. That no enough for them blood, you know. That no enough for them blood at all. They never fight back. They never fight back. I mean that small island. If them invade Cuba, I will back Cuban over there. And don't tell us an American now there kind of a show. Not a show. A real life. So we have to look out for that. Because believe you me, it's a sad state of affair. If you get up one day and hear say American army is in Cuba. Our longest friends, we have to call them friends, for years. The reason why Manley was toppled because a whole heap of people get influenced by America to say they must too near to Castro, who declared himself communist. And Michael Manley declared himself socialist, democratic socialism, and them don't want that in this part of the world. Yeah. So they have to dismantle that. So they have a guy named Edward Shaka, who was the They rigged certain things in Jamaica. And that was the end of Manly. That was the end of Manly, so. No blood never shed. But blood shedding and Grenada. Them things are about the place, you know, open up. But find out about it when I talk about. It's part of Jamaica history. And it's a long time history, me like that. I just said that day, them things they happen. Me I say, I just said that day. Anything happen on my time, I say, I just said that day. The man them invade Grenada, little island, Nutmeg Island. Invade Grenada.
A flexible remote job? Zenity matches you with roles that fit your skills, experience, and salary goals. Take a quick quiz and start your remote career today.
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. GoDaddy gives you the tools, the expert support, and the push to make it real. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
And that was the end of that. So now they are going to invade Cuba. I can't tell them I've said it. Because, you know, we are going to Iran. Have Trump in a really serious thing, you know. He don't know what to do. So they said this, tomorrow he said that, tomorrow he said this, tomorrow he said that. But Iranian them and some people from Mesopotamia days. Whenever you go Mesopotamia, go look for it. Mesopotamia is where all of them ancient Bible things used to take place before the New Testament. We are talking about like Babylon and, you know, Euphrates, them places we used to call Iraq, them used to name Mesopotamia, ancient cities, them in a war all the while. Pure war, them people that they hate to conquer. And they have a Greece guy on the name, Alexander the Great. Them call him Alexander the Great. We say Alexander the Greek. That was a Greek. And in them young days, he conquer the whole of them area there. Yeah. Alexander take him army and go right through the part there. That time they used to call it, don't clear them to Mesopotamia. They used to call it Persia. Persia, the old name for it is Persia. They call it Iran now, but it's Persia. They don't like when you call them Arab. Yeah, they go, they say they were Arab. But they most warriors. They will fight war every year and conquer. Alexander gonna go conquer everything. Alexander the Great. As a matter of fact, Alexander go out of Egypt and take away all of the scrolls and the books when they did the Alexandria Library. And take it now where take and carry go back and Greece and Rome. And burn down the library.
Stop deleting your best AI generation just because the lyrics messed up. If you're using top media, you don't have to throw away a great melody. You can actually keep the vibe and just surgically swap out the words. Here is the workflow. So go ahead and log into Top Media. Go to your creation window and find that track that needs saving. Instead of re-rolling the whole song, click the button that says Change Lyrics. A workspace will pop up. First, use the timeline slider at the top to highlight exactly which part you want to rewrite, whether it's it's a verse or just a few seconds. You'll see the old text on the left, but you want the box on the right. Type in your new lyrics there. Hit generate, and the AI re-sings just that specific section without changing the background music or the flow. As you can see, the lyrics are now perfectly changed. It is the easiest way to polish your tracks. Go save your music. Like, comment, and subscribe for more.
The brand new Wonder Share Video Converter 14. The all-in-one video toolbox to convert, compress, edit videos, and much more.
Yes, left no evidence I can burn on the library. All the ancient manuscripts that was in Egypt was destroyed, and what was not destroyed was stolen from Egypt and taken back to Greece. And just like how you have America now as a world power, you have Greece as a world power. Before Greece, you have Persia, now known as Iran. Listen to me, I say, you know. If you don't believe me, go search it, Google it. You did have Iran. After you have Iran now, that was known as Persia. And then Alexander got up there. And then go right across into Egypt. And even go over into Asia too. We would have called Asia, would have called Persia. Asia, yeah. That's Asia. And then they have places where you go over back into Africa. You have places like Seba. And you have places like Arabia. And then places in so-called Asia. Those places have a direct relationship, and what was taking place in those times have a direct relationship of how we think today. Yeah, a lot of our thinking, a lot of our belief system came from in a them time there. Because when you hear about Babylon, Babylon was a great city. It was one of the 7 wonders of the world. You know what I say, 7 wonders of the world? Things that human beings build and people sometimes can't understand how they build it. It's a wonder how it built. And in a Babylon, not only for you here, there was someone that said Babylon, but you don't even know.
These 44 super agents, the next thing you can't live without. No setup. Just say hello. Every tool you already use, plugged in a click. And away it goes. Analyzing competition. And delivering a brief before you finish your morning coffee. Sit back while it understands your portfolio. Builds and tracks dashboards and finds your next big thing. Scaling your voice. Turning your vision into the perfect post. And with perfect timing. And every bit of data into a decision. All while clearing up your email, scheduling meetings, and reminding you of the important stuff. At night, it keeps on going, doing it all. So when you wake up, you're already one step. Time to update what you think is possible. Base 44 Super Agents.
Inforvic P, professional AI video enhancer, quality model, enhanced low resolution video, upscale video to 4K, even 8K. Do you know its model? remove noise and grain, increase video clarity, detail recovery model, sharpen blurry video, recover video details, advanced frame interpolation, delivering smooth, professional motion for video. Orbit P, enhance video in one click. Try it now.
Kind of say Babylon is a wicked place. In them time, Babylon was way ahead in technology. That them build a garden that was an hanging garden. That's one of the 7 wonders of the world. How did they build such a garden? It's like how the Chinese them know how to build bridge. When you can't look up and see the top of the bridge. The way the bridge tall and long. We go along and Jamaica to Rati. Them think that's something we're supposed to know, you know. We can't just, in our little Cuba. And go like say that's the world, you know. There's a Cuba put in and then when you hear something, you say, oh, what you talk about? Oh, that affect me, it affect you. Then why you think man I say Babylon now? Because it is said that the Babylonians them enslaved the Jews by the Israelites. But Babylon was a flourishing city. I mean, really, a city that people marvel at. The technology where it reached at the time was so marvelous. It was like how Egypt was really a tech power at the time. The things them that the Egyptians them built was a marvel. The Sphinx and the pyramids, all them tunnel where them at talk about now in a Persia, in a Iran, where the underground tunnel there, where the man them have city under the earth, where them dig and dig and dig. All of them main war weapons them is under the ground. No radar can't detect it or certain things can't reach them. That's why when Donald Trump said, them know which part them uranium they were built. Them want to build nuclear bomb. They go bomb it out. Them take a bomb.
Spike needs to launch his bold new delivery business online without costs going sky high. He'll need this and Namecheap because he wants a domain that'll really take off. The perfect website and reliable web hosting, security and privacy features that'll stop anything, plus extra services and tools, and 24/7 customer support. All at low prices, so the savings keep stacking up. That way, his business can really fly. Namecheap, make more online for less.
With thousands of pounds AP and drop the bomb where you think the place there. And when him drop it and blow it up, him tell the whole world say, him totally destroy them uranium and all that stuff there. And him come back and tell the world that. But guess what? It never destroy because the bomb drop and blow up the place. But guess what? It never got deep enough. The man them did not move where the things them before the bomb drop. Plus when the bomb drop, them have other ways to go down underneath the ground. But check out some of them uranium and them watch it. I'm gonna put it somewhere else. So when them say them destroy everything, no go so because them still have it. That's why I have to go back there now a second time and say, watch out. You can't afford to make them up. This thing here, you know. Because them is a dangerous set of people. But they make Israel have it. Them have it, Russia have it, you can't talk to Russia. China have it, but you can't talk to China. North Korea have it, but you can't talk to them. India and Pakistan have it, but them you can't talk to them. So I'm a big pan Iran now. And I say, you can't afford to make it happen because Iran is a dangerous country. But a deal did make with Iran already to not make it. With I think Obama they make it with. To say them now go build no nuclear weapon. But Israel breaks. Israel not here. Israel afraid. Israel say, oh, we now make them have it now. We will wage war. As a matter of fact, we will make America help to wage war against them. So them man they have city underground, you know. Just like how we see we have up and up person now. It's like all mall and all and something and the people that are easy with them are building up. Because them know say them can't put it on top of the ground. On the earth because them modern day technology and now we just spy out everything and one press of a button from even America they too. One press a button and it reach over there so and blow up everywhere. That is why the man them I use drone now when don't have nobody in the drone.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor, but it turned out he was her soulmate. Here is the sketch I created, and here is the man she eventually married. Just 3 weeks after receiving the sketch, she met him exactly the way I said she would. I can create the same kind of sketch for you, your destined soulmate. It might be someone you already know, or it could be the face you're yet to meet, along with when and where it will happen.
This is me on day one since my son made me switch from running to Tai Chi chair workouts. This is me on day 28 since I switched to Tai Chi chair workouts.
Man, over 50 should not be running, lifting, or crunching. There's a smarter way. Tai Chi chair workouts. In 1 week, you'll move better than 90% people of your age. In 2 weeks, you'll have a tone.
Adjust weapons of destruction. That a man just press a button from where him there. And it reached on a man to go before you could have said, hey. We live in a serious time in a serious earth, serious world. Where man no business about no man again. Man just a work with himself, you know. And if him can capture you, if him thinks you're weak, he will take advantage of your weakness. And we talk about colonialism, we have neo-colonialism. You know what neo-colonialism means? It means new colonialism. And I think America believes that they could have done like what them do in Venezuela the other day. And just go in there and wipe out, just sweep out a man in their house. Where they go sleep. I just can't go back to America. I know I'm in America. I know them just take over the island down there. I know them control the island. And then when them look and see Iran, say why Iran is a danger, you know. But Iran has too much problem. But they want any put it now, every time they say yes, them say no every time. I want everyone to follow up the news. Because it will affect me, you know. As a matter of fact, it started to affect me now with this oil price. Gas at the pump, diesel at the pump, and all them suffering. Is that terrible thing going on? Plus, we just come out of a crisis with this hurricane business, yeah. And now it's El Nino. I come and maybe another hurricane. Oh gosh, man. Why if I did a hurricane go? Trust me, that would be something else. A 2 years straight we have a hurricane, you know. Yeah, the one before this was, what they call it, the one in July. And now last year, them have this one, well, see what I have this year, why? Which one you prefer? The heat, or the water, and the breeze? Because I'm going to decide now, because they say they're going to act like what? Act like oven. So I start out by saying you can drink enough water. Have water beside you, have water everywhere. Because it's not easy. And if a war ever start next door with this up, trust me, man, nobody never like it. And because we never do nothing, because we're afraid. I want to say we are talking about our government. When we talk about the government, and the government is responsible for most things. Our government now come like some little guides. Some little guides. So our government still. Our government is like a little baby. And we can't talk too hard even though we have rights as a sovereign nation. We're scared and afraid. And our government is likewise scared and afraid. What a thing. What a thing. So, just I said that to you because we're on the radio, we say our part of the program for impart certain things in our business. And that's what they have to do. But they have to impart certain business. Because we never say it and never do it.
How many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
Tai Chi walking 7 minutes a day at home.
At home?
At home, 5 exercises, 3 minutes each. That's it.
If you have belly fat after 50, stop doing crunches. Do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises instead. 3 minutes each, every morning, and watch what happens in 28 days. What are you waiting for?
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi walking tomorrow?
How old is your father?
He's 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of the month, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
Even better, Tai Chi walking was built for men 50 plus.
Isn't the gym better?
After 50, the gym can be tough on your body. Tai Chi walking builds balance, control, and steady energy without stressing the joints.
Does he need any equipment?
Nothing at all, just 7 minutes a day, and you'll notice things changing in a better way.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
Hello, if something important is about to happen in your life and no one is revealing it to you, could you forgive yourself? Because right now, a message from the angelic world is trying to reach you, and most people are not capable of hearing it. But you are different. You are here. And that means your guardian angel is trying to talk to you. My name is Angela. I am an angel medium and a specialist in ancient magic. And I tell you with all my heart, an upheaval is preparing itself in your energy. I feel a call around you, a gentle yet powerful breath, like a signal that only an awakened being can perceive. And if you ignore this sign now, it might never come back again. But if you listen carefully, if you listen to your heart instead of your doubts, then I can offer you something rare and sacred, a fully personalized celestial reading offered. In this unique message, you will receive for free a message from your guardian angel transmitted with love, your personal angelic card revealed by the Tarot of Angels, your current celestial vibrations and what they indicate for your future, and a light ritual prepared for you to attract peace, clarity, and luck. I speak to you as a friend, as a spiritual guide, and as a woman who has returned from an afterlife experience to fulfill a mission, to illuminate the path for those who are ready. This is not entertainment. This is not a coincidence. It is your angel reaching out to you. So the real question is, are you ready to take it? Click now. Simply enter your first name and your date of birth. And let me reveal to you what the angels are trying to tell you before it's too late. See you soon. Your personal messenger of the angels, Angela.
Well, I said, well, sit down by the way, stop playing music. Like somebody said, hey, Muta, you play too much music. So I called before I said, Muta, you play too much music, you know. Sometimes you do that still, because, you know, you play some music or some brand new music where you just get, and you want to play them, you know, but, and like I say, we want to play with music, you know, here I say, this music going out to this from that from that, and they had girl name this and no, there's another program after that. We just have go through. So you ever said, why the people them take a stock? I just got to want to say, why the people them take a stock? Why the people them understand say there's a different time we are living here right now. Different times. And we have to understand how we have to survive in a different time. Yeah. So it's like how we have to say, Joe AIDS, and we have to say, so it go, we're not a big friend, because I really and truly, and so it go, we're not a big friend. We want to play Joe AIDS. Old song, when I say old song, I mean old song from in the 60s. I go see if we can find it there. I think them say I do have to produce a tune that tune, not believe you me. Yeah, I always say I produce it. You can correct me, call me and tell me if I like me and tell her, you don't know what me I say, you understand? Okay, Joe Higgs. And those are settings, you know, those are settings. Listen to this.
If I am alive, I speak. If I am gone, the people will speak. Either way, the message remains the same. Burkina Faso is awake. For decades, fear was used as a weapon against us. Fear of poverty, fear of instability, fear of being isolated, fear of punishment. We were told, if you don't obey, you will suffer. And many leaders accepted that fear and passed it down to the people. I refuse to do that. I am not leading Burkina Faso through fear. I am leading it through truth. And the truth is simple. A nation that stands with dignity may struggle, but a nation that kneels will never rise. We have already suffered, so do not threaten us with suffering again. We know it too well. Fear only works when people believe they are alone. But today, our people stand together. Farmers, soldiers, students, workers. That's 0.2%. Is this justice? Rio Tinto, British Australian mining giant, extracting bauxite in Guinea, 20 million tons annually. What's left for Guinea? Environmental pollution and cancer. Total Energies, French oil giant, extracting oil in Angola, Nigeria, Congo.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly in Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. Same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
This is a song about the first kiss. It sounds more silent, like the best day of my life.
She just kissed me.
2022 profit $36 billion investment in Africa. Dirty pipelines, Anglo-American, founded in South Africa but now in London. Diamonds, platinum, iron, taking everything. What it left in South Africa, 6 million unemployed miners. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. What about the invisible, the secret deals, the offshore accounts, the transfer pricing tricks? Every year, $88 billion in illegal money flows out of Africa. Who writes about this? Every year, $45 billion in aid comes to Africa. Everyone writes about this, but no one says Africa is not the continent receiving aid, it's the continent giving aid. While you zoom your cameras on swollen bellies, there is a huge system working silently in the background. Every day, tons of gold, diamonds, cobalt, uranium, oil leave our land. But how? Here's the system. Step 1, create corruption, bribe our leaders, open offshore accounts, promise them a life of luxury, send their children to your schools. Step 2, make deals, get 50-year, 99-year concessions, ask for tax exemptions, be exempt from environmental rules, ignore labor rights. Step 3, control the infrastructure. Take over ports, airports, railways, but only from the mine to the harbor. Don't build roads to the villages. Don't bring electricity to schools. Step 4, provide security. Set up private security companies. Arm them. Declare protesting. Step 5.
Hey, I want to clear the man and say, sure, I talk about how them use Africa to get rich and make Africa stay poor. And we depend on them. He must say, boy, right now, him see them scheme, and him come for change that. We should reality that him really have changed certain things in our country. So we will repeat it again, make a year.
Now you make a 2022 revenue, $256 billion, a tax paid to Congo, $500 million. That's 0.2%. Is this justice? Rio Tinto, British Australian mining giant, extracting bauxite in Guinea, 20 million tons annually. What's left for Guinea? Environmental pollution and cancer. Total Energies, French oil giant, extracting oil in Angola, Nigeria, Congo. 2022, profit $36 billion investment in Africa. Dirty pipelines, Anglo-American, founded in South Africa but now in London. Diamonds, platinum, iron, taking everything. What it left in South Africa, 6 million unemployed miners. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. What about the invisible, the secret deals, the offshore accounts, the transfer pricing tricks? Every year, $88 billion in illegal money flows out of Africa. Who writes about this? Every year, $45 billion in aid comes to Africa. Everyone writes about this, but no one says Africa is not the continent receiving aid, it's the continent giving aid. While you zoom your cameras on swollen bellies, there is a huge system working silently in the background. Every day, tons of gold, diamonds, cobalt, uranium, oil leave our land. But how? Here's the system. Step 1, create corruption, bribe our leaders, open offshore accounts, promise them a life of luxury, send their children to your schools. Step 2, make deals, get 50-year, 99-year concessions, ask for tax exemptions, be exempt from environmental rules, ignore labor rights. Step 3, control the infrastructure. Take over ports, airports, railways, but only from the mine to the harbor. Don't build roads to the villages. Don't bring electricity to schools. Step 4, provide security. Set up private security companies. Arm them. Declare protesting. Step 5.
Yes, the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, take a break and come back.
The emails say he was right.
Do you know that 90% of people don't even suspect that their date of birth has already encrypted their past life? Stop, are you serious now? Like, who was I before this life?
Take a test. In past life, you were poisoned by your own sister in the 1800s.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. From low-cost shared hosting to your own virtual server. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime guarantee, along with a free domain name and award-winning support. No wonder we're the world's #1 web host. Unlock your online potential today with GoDaddy.
Blackmail. This is a matter which should not be handled lightly, as many people do. The first country which we approached in the 60s for assistance when our leaders had to leave the country in order to mobilize the support of the international community. The first country we approached was the United States of America. We could not even succeed to come close to the government, and they refused to assist us. But Cuba, the moment we appealed for assistance, they were ready to do so, and they did so. Why would we now listen to the Western world when they say we should have nothing to do with Cuba? It's just unreasonable. No human being acts in that particular fashion. Here is a country that was the first to assist us when the West, which had formidable resources, was actually supporting the government. Now you expect us to change our whole approach and to start condemning Cuba for what is supposed to happen inside the country. No man of principles could ever do that. And that is what I try to convey to Copper.
I tell you, all of them people that dead but never forgot because of the work that they do to liberate you. I'm still slow. I'm gonna write that. As if I sang them, we don't need another hero. We don't really need no more hero. There's so much hero already. How much hero we want, so you must become the hero. Yes. We are the heroes. Baba sang him, so should have find it. We are the heroes. We need to step up the game. We are going. How we fit in it. How we fit in the world we are going. You know, so them are trained to be servant, laborers, all of them sky high building whatever put up in a Jamaica, call centers, all of the hotel them, service, we servant to the tourism industry. So who own the hotel them? Foreigner. Who manage the hotel them? Some big guys. Who serve in the hotel them? We can't go in the room them. It's just spread it up. Spread up the bed. Show me a card. We were pitching at that. A flexible remote job? Zenvi matches you with roles that fit your skills, experience, and salary goals. Take a quick quiz and start your remote career today.
Tired of low-quality videos? Fix it. Pick the AI video enhancer. Faces in the video unclear? Fix it. Fix the AI video enhancer. Annoyed by shaky videos? Fix it. Fix the AI video enhancer. Low light videos looking bad? Fix it. Fix the AI video enhancer. Try it now.
We're pitching at that.
In Venezuela, America captured President Maduro. In Libya, Gaddafi was executed after ditching the US dollar. In Iraq, Saddam Hussein was wiped out for his oil reserves. In Vietnam, President Diem and his brother were executed for politics far from home. In Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh was ousted for nationalizing oil. In Guatemala, President Arbenz was removed for imposing taxes on American farms. In Congo, Prime Minister Lumumba was executed for nationalizing uranium. In Cuba, Che Guevara was captured and executed for his socialist policies. In Afghanistan, The US trained locals to fight Russians until locals became the enemies. In Chile, President Salvador was oath for nationalizing copper. In Ghana, President Kouame was exiled for cutting off Western banks. In Grenada, General Hudson was captured and given a life sentence for aligning with Russia. Is America still the hero or just the most powerful villain?
1960, Congo. After 75 years of Belgian brutality, independence finally comes. Out of the chaos, one man rises, Patrice Lumumba, Congo's first democratically elected prime minister. He's 35, a former postal clerk, a visionary. He speaks of unity, building schools, hospitals, a nation free from foreign control. For millions, he is hope. But Congo sits on a fortune: copper, cobalt, diamonds, uranium, resources the West cannot afford to lose. Lumumba wants them for Congolese people. Belgium wants them back. When Lumumba asks the Soviet Union for help, Washington panics. Eisenhower gives the order: remove him. The CIA gets to work. They fund rebels, bribe officials, spread propaganda. September 1960, a CIA-backed coup begins. Lumumba is arrested, beaten on camera. January 17th, 1961. He's flown to Katanga, Belgian-controlled territory. Belgian officers are waiting. They execute him by firing squad, then dissolve his body in acid. No grave, no body, no evidence. Belgium and the CIA install Joseph Mobutu, a dictator who rules for 32 years. He loots billions, builds palaces, opens Swiss bank accounts. Congo's wealth flows out. The people starve. The country that should have been Africa's richest becomes one of its poorest. Schools crumble, hospitals close, infrastructure collapses. Mobutu dies in 1997, but the damage is permanent. Congo descends into civil wars. Millions die. Militias fight over mines. Rape becomes a weapon. Today, Congo has $24 trillion in mineral wealth, but most Congolese live on less than $2 a day. 2002, Belgium admits involvement in Lumumba's murder. 2003, they return one tooth, all that remains of his body. No reparations, no accountability. 7 months in power, killed for wanting Congo's resources for Congolese people. 60 years later, Congo is still paying the price. Mafia hitmen hired the briefcase full of cash. They even recruit one of his girlfriends. Rita.
I tell you what, we're down mad. So you know, the same clip there, we have played them from the little machine where you have the iPhone.
There's nearly 678,290,000 kids under 5 around the world. But what's so important about being 5? Well, children who live to age 5 are twice as likely to reach adulthood. That's why vaccines matter so much. For 40 years, Rotary and partners have delivered vaccines globally. Like here and even here, in your neighborhood and around the world, Rotary is ensuring children grow up safe from preventable diseases.
I will tell you already, we decided, well, years ago we used to play some lectures, 1 hour, 2 hour lecture. But after doing this thing for so long, we realized I won't even know, you can't listen to nothing, them kind of lecture time there. So we're going away, focus later on our bed and we say, how we are reaching people in the night with these things. say, say YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and them things them listen to a night time and watch a night time. So this guy so we're gonna find some clip and upload them in the computer and use them as educational material. And that will also want them to go to them phone and find some of the things they will play to continue their education. So that is what we are doing with these scriptures here. We are trying to use it for make the youth them get interested in a history and in a current events and in a certain philosophy where they would have never usually listen to. But because them hear we play it on the radio, them go in on them iPhone and try to find it and get further educated. So we give thanks. We give thanks. Because we upload hundreds of them. And most of them is not even 5 minutes long. Because we know say the time span is very important to how you survive this 4-hour program. How you survive this 4-hour program. It depends on your time span. So listen to what I say. And also listen to what I play. So if you like that kind of format, WhatsApp me and tell me. If you say why I'm out of the 1 hour thing, WhatsApp me and tell me. I just saw me and see because I hear a program. We want to play brand new from Sharon Marley. Sharon Marley take a different road in music. Our first album is not like the ordinary album we hear. It's not the reggae and the reggae album. This is an album where you have to be deep into your musical ambition to appreciate this. This is not an dancehall. As a Jackie call it, like one of them album where that name again would I do. I still remember her name, but I played this tune by Sharon Marley.
Whoa. What's that? I just put the buttoning app in base 44. Guys, we just built an app.
If, maybe that can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
So you're saying we can all build that stuff?
Yeah.
How much? I gotta make a just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Fuck that! A workflow manager. That's
Track still owes for the group lunch.
slash duty schedule. Does no one change the cap? I just created an old tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage all the doctor required? Let Emily describe it.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs.
This is a song about a sleepy monster.
Can it be about an astronaut tonight?
Sure. Let's make it sound like
It is absurd and insane that we have a rogue US military contractor handling our most sensitive personal data. Your devices are going to be monitored 24 hours a day. Palantir had a very secretive contract with GCHQ. Palantir has a contract running our nuclear missile program. We have no national security. This company should be nowhere near the NHS. We have entered into a kind of colonial contracts with this superpower. Peter Thiel is an incredibly dangerous individual.
The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
JD Vance is a sort of wholly owned product of Peter Thiel. Jeffrey Epstein was co-investor in an Israeli surveillance company. The thing I find most alarming about this and most worrisome is that
Eight years ago, Carol Cadwalladr hit the headlines when she exposed the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal in the UK Sunday newspaper, The Observer. Last year, she left The Observer to set up The Nerve, an independent journalists collective. Much of her early work at The Nerve has focused on Palantir, the controversial US company which supplies data to US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, the US military, and the Israeli military.
Mostly Thai terrorists, that's true.
My bias is to defer to Israel. The IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right.
It's now hoovering up enormous contracts in the UK public sector. I invited Carol into the studio to ask just how frightened should we be of Silicon Valley. So, Carol Cadwalladr, thank you very much for joining us.
Richard Sanders, thank you for inviting me.
You obviously in your career in recent years have focused a great deal on Silicon Valley, on the tech industry and so on, particularly on Palantir, which is what I want to talk about. I want, first of all, to show you a clip of Alex Carr, who is the CEO and co-founder of Palantir.
We are dedicating our company, we've dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the US and globally. Also, you know, we are doing it in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
The day that happened, my tweet was, I think I did all cap letters, this company should be nowhere near the NHS. I mean, it is absurd and insane that we have a rogue US military contractor handling our most sensitive personal data. I think anybody who watches that clip and thinks about this is not okay with it. Britain is very important to Palantir. We're its second biggest customer, and they have this really quite extraordinary CEO. The guy who they've appointed CEO in Britain, Louis Mosley, he's very plausible. He's, you know,
very English.
He's very English. He's your classic English kind of public school educated, you know, quite genteel, sort of gentlemanly. But I think it's in the biography of Alex Carr, which was published last year, there's an anecdote in there about how Louis Mosley was recruited to the job. And he was headhunted for that job. It wasn't like he applied for it. And in the job interview, so it's reported,
You've got a great idea. GoDaddy has the perfect domain name to go with it. It only takes a few minutes to register one with over 500 extensions to choose from. Take your idea online today.
Alex Carr quoted sections of Oswald Mosley's speeches to him.
Oswald Mosley, of course, being his grandfather, the fascist leader.
Oswald Mosley being Louis Mosley's grandfather and Britain's most famous fascist. The optics of it, and somehow appeared to have attracted.
the show
a series of articles in the Mirror about the Palantir revolving door, and in which we found dozens of government employees and former ministers, members of the House of Lords, who have gone to work for Palantir.
Extraordinary for a revolving
It's
door.
a revolving door, but the thing which was really instructive to me and made me sort of understand something about their methodology, not just that they recruited the head of AI in the MOD, the expert in AI was recruited by Palantir, the most senior expert in the NHS in AI was recruited by Palantir, but they also took a senior comms guy from Number 10. So the guy who had been the chief spin doctor for Rishi Sunak, Ben Maskell, he was recruited to be Palantir's head of comms. And he's been really effective because his strategy, he doesn't go to technology reporters with these stories, he goes to political correspondents. He has an existing network of political correspondents, of which Laura Kunsberg would be one, Rachel Sylvester on The Observer is another. This is their contacts, and this is how they're getting sort of positive Palantir spin into the newspaper and onto the broadcasters.
Now, Alex Karp isn't the only rather alarming individual at the top of Palantir. You also have Peter Thiel, who is also a profoundly strange man. He thinks Greta Thunberg might be the Antichrist. I mean,
Peter Thiel is an incredibly influential, consequential, and I think dangerous individual. You really have to look at who Peter Thiel is and what he believes in. And one thing he does not believe in is the nation state. He is very explicit about how actually there is a better way of running countries, and that is as a private corporation. And he's a massive investor in all of these other companies too. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, he was a co-investor in the company, an Israeli surveillance company that at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's death was his most valuable asset. One of the key things about understanding Trump and Silicon Valley and that relationship is understanding the role of Peter Thiel in that relationship. And you can see that very, very clearly in who Trump picked to be his vice president. And it was his pick of J.D. Vance in the summer of 2020, which really was, for me, that moment of understanding that this isn't Trump, it's not Trump first term, something different is happening here. We have an alliance between the MAGA far right and, Trump's authoritarian tendencies and Silicon Valley. And that's because J.D. Vance is a sort of wholly owned product of Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance owes his entire career to him. He owes his political career. He owes his financial career. He owns his fortune. He's kind of Peter Thiel's pet. And this for me was this sort of moment of understanding that this is a kind of new kind of power that we haven't seen before, because we have these Silicon Valley surveillance technologies now being harnessed to the MAGA authoritarian project. And that for me was this sort of wake-up call.
What I found out about all of these people, Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, is they're clearly, on one level, very, very clever people. But when you actually see them tweeting about politics and things that are sort of outside of their realm, it's like listening to a 13-year-old boy. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Well, they have very sort of narrow interests. They have vast amounts of money. Nobody ever says no to them. And they're sort of imbued with a certain science fiction fantasies about what they want to happen. So Elon Musk, of course, wants to go to Mars. Peter Thiel wants to, defy death and become a cyborg. I mean, it's extreme. It's extreme. And then you have to keep coming back to part of why one has to be quite careful about painting them as the sort of evil geniuses of the tech world, because there's a lot of evidence to suggest they're not necessarily geniuses. I mean, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to look at here is the Swiss Army, who did a really thorough report into an assessment of Palantir's technology offer and declined it because they thought it wasn't very good. And what was so interesting about that is Palantir have gone after the very small independent outlet which got hold of that report and published it. And that seems to be the one thing that they're really sensitive to. It's okay, you can call them fascists, you can say they're evil, that's all fine, but don't say that actually they're an overpriced bit of software that's not even that great.
Is there something about the British state that makes it peculiarly susceptible to this sort of corporate capture? Because other European states haven't sort of fallen under the sway of Palantir in the same way.
Yeah, I think you can see what happened. I mean, Palantir's, they had a very secretive contract with GCHQ for, I think, well over a decade. And we know very, very little about that contract, how it came about, what exactly they were doing. But that was all they had until 2020. And it was a classic, it was March 2020 when the government tore up its normal contracting principles and processes. And, we saw what happened with the crony contracts, the VIP lane came out of that. But it was also an amazing opportunity for tech companies. And we had Dominic Cummings, who is the sort of wannabe tech bro, who'd been a kind of Palantir fanboy. And then Palantir come along and go, hey guys, we're going to help you out, and listen, we'll do it for free. Just like give us £1. So they did this £1 contract. You create a dependency. Once you're in, it's hard to get them out.
It sounds rather like a drug dealer. You sell your product very cheap initially.
Absolutely, it's totally the same. This is what they're doing with the police at the moment. There's a big push with police forces around the country. Look, just try it. Try it out for free. Put out whizzy software, and that's what they did with the Met Police. They were like, look, we can root out the bad apples. We can find corrupt police officers, and I talked to a police officer who had been on the call when they announced this, and they were saying, your devices are going to be monitored 24 hours a day. And I think people found that overwhelmingly creepy and disturbing.
I just want to go back slightly, just so that people who aren't familiar with this understand. First of all, ICE, the American sort of immigration deportation, the people who've been in the news so much lately. Now, Palantir works very closely with them, doesn't it? In what way? How does it help ICE?
Palantir is a critical part of the tool that ICE is using to profile and target and locate immigrants for removal in the United States. According to this very good reporting, and another independent media technology outlet in the US, 404 Media, who've been really on the case with this. And I mean, I think this, and they're using data from all sorts of different sources. Like, that's what's happened in America. This was what Doge was about. What we saw with Doge was it going into all of these different government departments and taking data, and Palantir was part of the system that was being used to sort of centralize that. So we see Palantir being used by ICE in America, and then we see the US military they are using AI to find targets to bomb in Iran.
This is why it's so particularly troubling, these contracts with the NHS, where we have Farage, who quite wants to be Prime Minister in 3 or 4 years' time, is planning precisely the same sort of operations against migrants. And we have Palantir inside the NHS.
Farage reform being explicit about that, of how that they would use Doge-like tactics to go after immigrants in Britain for removal. And Palantir has explicitly said, well, they would work with any democratically elected government So it is absolutely clear that our data could be weaponized in that way. The thing I find most alarming about this and most worrisome is that it just makes people lose trust and confidence in these systems which are so vital to us. You know, we trust the NHS. That's a kind of like basis of British belief. And our trust, you know, is being damaged by the association with this firm. You know, we put our lives into the hands of the NHS. You know, amazing doctors and nurses and other people who work extraordinarily hard for the sake of, you know, British people. And to have our trust eroded, for there to be a third party between them and us, and a third party of the likes of Peter Thiel and Palantir, that is just massively, massively a problem.
Enormous contracts as well in the Ministry of Defence. Palantir says, this isn't a threat to national security, we don't have the sort of complete picture. But the Nerve again has done very good work on this, showing that it actually is. They put sort of things together and they're basically in possession of state secrets.
So this was Charlie Young and Max Colbert writing in the Nerve. And I was gobsmacked when, you know, one of the things they discovered was that Palantir, you know, has a contract running on nuclear missile program. And this was right at the time, I think we started researching this right at the time that Trump was threatening Greenland, who's our NATO ally. We have no national security, essentially, is what this means. And, you know, we got some sort of very rote replies from MOD and from Palantir about this, saying, well, the data remains sovereign to the MOD, you know. But if that idea, I think, you know, one of the experts said it's like the idea that you open somebody's love letter and you close it back again and you hand it on. You know what's in it.
The role of Peter Mandelson and Global Counsel in these contracts originally, what happened there?
Well, Peter Mandelson, you know, he's been out of government for a long time, in which time he set up Global Counsel, which is a global lobbying firm. It's had lots of very problematic clients. Global Counsel was still representing Palantir when Lord Mandelson was appointed to be ambassador to Washington. You know, we know that when Keir Starmer went to visit Trump in Washington, as discussed, he took one other meeting with Palantir.
Look at this nexus of senior politicians and tech bros and so on who are sort of working together. A name that obviously springs to mind is Tony Blair, whose institute is massively funded by Larry Ellison and Oracle and so on.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because there's a sort of face-off by two evil data harvesting billionaires. So we've got Larry Ellison with Oracle. They're both obsessed with like living forever. This is the other thing. So Larry Ellison wants to live forever. Peter Thiel wants to live forever. Larry Ellison has Oracle. He's obsessed with getting his hands on Britain's health data. He's in the NHS as well. And then you've got Palantir, who are also obsessed with being in the NHS. And I think one of the things you have to, you know, to understand why it's so attractive, Britain, is that the NHS data is a really unique data set. In America, there is no centralised system. In Britain, we have, you know, the entire population from cradle to the grave, going back years. You know, I think both Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel can both see how valuable that is. And Blair's throwing his lot in with Ellison. It's kind of interesting. The amount of money, it's more than, you know, more than 300 million, I think, going into Tony Blair Institute from Larry Ellison. This massive operation. I mean, you can't even compare it to other British think tanks.
The dwarfs,
it's not a think tank. It's a bizarre global influence operation where you can absolutely see the work that it does also has commercial value. How we see TVI operating overseas is it goes into countries and sort of sells a technocratic dream, which is, guys, don't worry about government. We've got these private companies which can kind of do this stuff for you. And it's a corporate capture. We see that has happened overseas, and we can see that is what has happened in Britain. And we can see that with Keir Starmer, it is Tony Blair and his institute who's had overwhelming influence on tech policies. I think people are really, really unalive to, we have entered into a kind of colonial contracts with this superpower, which we can see in so many ways is antithetical to Britain's interests. We've created this incredible dependency.
For 25 years, Digicel has been keeping Jamaica better connected. From late night calls to the texts, clicks, and moments that keep us close. Celebrating 25 years. Digicel, powered by you, connected by us.
HitPod Video Enhancer is an AI video quality enhancer. You can easily convert low-resolution videos to high-resolution, 360p to 1080p, 4K, up to 8K. No noise, pixel blocks, and jaggies. 4 incredible AI super-resolution models can enhance almost any kind of video. General denoise model can improve real details, reduce noise, enlarge video to 2 times, 4 times, even 8 times without quality loss. Step 1, choose file. Step 2, select AI model. Step 3, export video. As easy as 1, 2, 3. HitPod Video Enhancer makes 4K as easy as saying.
On in a really short space of time, and our European neighbours have not. They are really, really much more awake to the issue of that and really understand why digital sovereignty is so important, and that what we need is an entire European tech stack. And that is what's in, France in particular, but in other European countries, that's what there's a real rapid and urgent project to build that up. And in Britain, that's not even in conversation.
So tell me about the nerve. How did the nerve come about?
The nerve really was born on the picket line outside the headquarters of the Guardian building. And that was this moment when the Guardian and Observer journalists united to protest what was happening to the Observer. So this secret, confidential negotiation had been entered into without anybody knowing. We only found out about it when Sky News broke the story, and that was to sell the Observer. And the big thing for us was that the Guardian has big letters all over all over our work, saying the Guardian's not for sale. So we just didn't understand what was going on. And one of our biggest questions was, who were the investors? And we know that's still not been made clear. But basically, going on strike was really good fun. It's just like a feeling of solidarity. And we really had to think about what our journalistic values were and what we stood for and what we wanted to do. And actually, there was something about being standing outside the corporate glass headquarters, which also we felt liberating and I think this sense of, for better or for worse, the Guardian is a huge multinational now. It's a really big organisation, and its focus is very much outside Britain now, and it's big corporate media, and that has pros and cons, and worked there for a long time, you can see both, and I think it was just that, isn't there a way to do journalism differently?
Talk to me about the nerve. What's the sort of logic there? No, because there are 5 of you essentially.
There are 5 of us.
Very much sort of female-led, isn't it?
Yes, so the core team is 5 women, and it was 3 senior editors from the Observer New Review, the creative director, and me. It was the Observer New Review, which was the section, it's the kind of feature section of the Observer, which is where actually I published most of my kind of investigative work. The big Cambridge Analytica scandal was the home for it, and I think that was where this sort of idea of actually bringing back the team together and seeing if there was another way to go.
Well, it's a fascinating website. I strongly recommend it.
Thank you.
It's some really great stuff. Here at Double Down Newswatch, we depend on you. or sugar daddies. It's that which enables us to be fearless and independent in our coverage. If you value independent media and the alternative perspective it provides, please do sign up to Double Down News on Patreon and support us in any way that you can.
This is a song about a legend. He's been crying. Is that you? Wait. This seems to sound way like
She's a wildflower. Got a secret power. Don't let your book rise.
By Office 2024 Professional Plus.
Awesome court, fast delivery. I will definitely order again.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Earlier this week, the British government banned the progressive political commentators Hassan Piker and Jen Uger from entering the UK. They were scheduled to speak at the South by Southwest London Festival and the Oxford Union Society. The UK's Home Office said it was cancelling their travel permits, quote, on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good, unquote. Both Piker and Uger are outspoken in their criticism of Israel. Recent comments from that have drawn scrutiny include Piker saying that as a, quote, lesser evil voter, he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, unquote. The week prior to their ban, British Labour MP David Taylor called for Piker to be barred, saying, quote, it's shocking that South by Southwest would invite someone who's openly supported a proscribed terrorist organization and spouted these kinds of vile anti-Semitic rants to speak of their festival. With the unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism on our streets, leaving British Jews in a constant state of anxiety, Hassan Piker is clearly not conducive to the public good, he said. Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent online influencers on the left. He has millions of followers and subscribers across social media platforms. He live streams on the gaming platform Twitch for hours every day. Recently, he's drawn the ire of the Democratic Party leadership for endorsing and campaigning on behalf of progressive candidates in primaries across the country. To talk more about his ban from the UK, his views on Israel, his critique of the Democratic Party, and more, we're joined by Hassan Piker from his home, where he streams in West Hollywood, California. Hassan, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by responding to this ban on you? And Cenk is your uncle, is that right? Cenk Uygur. On what this means. In fact, you're going to virtually participate in the Oxford debate anyway, right?
Yeah, I was also supposed to, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be on the show. I'm basically listening to the show a lot earlier than I normally would, because I usually do that in my morning routine. So Cenk and I were supposed to participate at the Oxford Union. We were supposed to do different panels at South by Southwest. I was also supposed to have a conversation with Jeremy Corbyn and Zach Galansky, the leader of the Green Party. And I also had another talk set up with former Greek finance minister, Yanis Varoufakis. And then Cenk was supposed to travel to the UK with his family, and he was stopped at the airport, and he found out that his visa had been rescinded and that he could not get on the plane. So I ended up checking my visa as well and found out that my visa was also revoked. Now, I find what the British government did here to be objectionable. I find it to be disgusting. I also find it to be terrifying. I think it's a terrifying prospect for the future of Western liberal democracies. The fact that a country that has in the past harbored much more radical thinkers than myself to completely drop all pretext that they care about free expression instead of protecting it is, I think, a sign of the times. I think it's a sign that we're moving down we're headed down a very different, dare I say, fascist direction in the Western world.
And this is happening, Hassan, under a Labour government in Britain, especially given Britain's particular role when it comes to Israel and Palestine being the primary imperial power that allowed the creation or promoted the development of the state of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of culpability. That extends far beyond the Balfour Declaration. And the British government has been coordinating with the Israeli government. The Royal Air Force has been conducting surveillance missions, flying off their Cyprus base. Keir Starmer's actually visited this base and has openly admitted that he could never say in broad daylight what the Royal Air Force is doing there. Starmer has also invited Isaac Herzog, who has been mentioned in the ICC and the ICJ court cases against both Israel and Israeli officials, like former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So the fact that England extends a red carpet to war criminals and collaborators of war criminals that have played a role in the genocide of the Palestinians, but then critics of Israel are considered to be real threats, significant threats to public safety, is preposterous. But once again, I think this is a real warning. Just as the prescription of Palestine action and the mass arrests that have taken place of pensioners in the UK that have demonstrated in support of Palestine action was a very clear attempt by the British government to do the exact opposite of the democratic process, to refuse to listen to the very just and moral demands of the masses and instead suppress their voices and try to silence them through state repression is very clear that there's a terrifying direction that the UK is headed down. And yes, it is the Labour government's complicity both in the crimes that Israel has committed, but it's also the Labour government's complicity in the acceleration towards fascism. Because the next government that comes in, if it's, God forbid, a reform government, a far-right authoritarian government, they're going to overtake this exact same process, and they might not have even the restrictions that the Labour government is applying currently. So to offer them the keys of the castle in this manner is complicity. It's something that we've seen. It's appeasement. It's something that we've seen throughout history in the past, where liberals assume that they could overtake the reactionary demands coming from the right in an effort to keep control, and they ultimately fail to the fascists.
I wanted to ask you also about another international issue which you've been involved with, controversy lately. You went to Cuba in March with the Nuestra America convoy, and which brought activists from 33 countries and medicines and supplies to Cuba to attempt to break this economic blockade and warfare that the United States has been involved in against Cuba. But last week it was reported that the Treasury Department sent you and Medea Benjamin, founder of Code Pink, who helped organize the convoy, a request for information from the Office of Foreign Assets Control to look at the possible violations. What's your response to this inquiry?
Yeah, so I've yet to receive a subpoena, even though Fox News claimed I received one. I have not. But I think that the news article itself was symbolic. I assume that this is less of a real inquiry and more so an opportunity for the American government to try to silence political dissent and to also criminalize activism. We were there to support the Cuban population with humanitarian aid that was necessary. And I also separately got a journalism visa as well to cover the atrocities that were taking place on the ground and to try extensively, but it's very clear that the Trump administration is not making the secret that they want to prosecute all manner of political dissent, whether it be the counterterrorism initiatives implemented by Sebastian Gorka, or even now lawfare by way of the Treasury Department. I think the goal here is to, once again, just like the British government, silence dissent and maybe even ultimately criminalize it. Hopefully this won't be a precedent-setting case, but we are headed down a scary path.
Hassan, I wanted to play a clip of a short documentary about your trip to Cuba.
For years I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying progressive internationals alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment.
All right, we're in the heart of Havana right now. One of the things that I've immediately been hit with is how beautiful the city is, but also how hollowed out it is in many ways. It looks like some of these houses, they have the skeleton, they have the outside, but inside it looks like it's bombed out. You know, there's people living in it, but very clearly this is in a dire state of disrepair.
More indictments have been brought in this last day against Cuban leaders, Hassan Piker. Did you actually deliver medical supplies? How successful were you?
Yes, so the humanitarian aid mission was accompanied by hundreds of other activists as well. It wasn't just medical supplies, there was, I believe, food as well. The delivery was successful, but ultimately it's a drop in the bucket. And what the Cuban population actually needs right now is oil. Because oil is what runs their entire energy grid. And unfortunately, the Trump administration has very openly created a blockade. And the island's energy grid is currently still suffering. And there's also one aspect of this that I think adds insult to injury, and that's the reality that there is actually parts of the Cuban island that are receiving oil with regular frequency. And that is, of course, Guantanamo Bay. That's an American military base on the island of Cuba, and it's basically an old colonial outpost. And so you have a situation where 90 miles off our coastline, you have 9 million or so people suffering. There's food shortages. People can't deliver medicine all around the island because there's simply no oil. And food is medicine is also spoiling as well. They're just sitting in factories because there's no refrigeration. And yet, a couple miles away from Havana, you have Guantanamo Bay, where they have a McDonald's, and they have American military members stationed there, and they have energy for the entire island potentially. I think this really shows the inhumanity and the juxtaposition, and I feel like it's something that many Americans are completely oblivious to. If they were more aware of the crisis, that they would also find it to be morally repugnant and unconscionable. And I suspect that's part of the reason why the federal government wants to stop these kinds of actions, or at least create an environment of threats and pressure so that other people who could also freely travel to Cuba and see what's going on for themselves, and maybe even deliver humanitarian aid themselves, think twice before they participate in something like this. I myself am unbound, and I hope others will be too.
Hassan Piker, at the 2024 DNC in Chicago, 30 delegates to the convention were with the National Uncommitted Movement. Uncommitted delegates were selected in state Democratic primaries to call for an end to the Biden administration's backing of Israel's assault on Gaza. After the DNC denied their request for a Palestinian-American speaker on stage, uncommitted delegates and their allies staged a sit-in outside the convention hall. This is a clip of the co-founder of the Uncommitted Movement, Abbas Alawaya.
Here is the scandal, my friends. Here is the scandal. The scandal is that there are forces within Democratic Party leadership who do not want us to talk about Palestinian human rights. But that's not sustainable. This is a watershed moment.
So this was a watershed moment. You actually were inside the DNC for a while before they put you out. You had a select seat there as a commentator. But can you talk about the fact, I put this question also to Dr. Hamawi, who you campaigned with, along with Dr. El-Sayed, you campaigned with him also for his senatorial race. Can you talk about the autopsy report and it not talking about Israel and Gaza, though the issue took center stage at the DNC with this sit-in with people who were quite involved with the Democratic National Committee?
Yeah, I think to myself all the time, whether this is a byproduct of incompetence or if they are totally aware that this is a major crisis, a major issue, and they're cynically trying to avoid having a conversation about it. I also had interviewed the uncommitted movement outside, and I had my press credentials revoked in real time while I was live broadcasting at the DNC, while simultaneously being interviewed by a New York Times reporter, as a matter of fact, for my criticisms of the DNC. I was invited, but then, I was, I guess, disinvited at the same time for these exact warnings that I was issuing to as many Democrats as I possibly could. It turned out those warnings were true. And yet the Democratic Party still has not learned a very important lesson and still seemingly chooses not to listen to the demands of the masses. A similar pattern arises here that we just talked about with the United Kingdom. I feel like there's a real crisis in democracy and in liberalism in the Western world because of our complicity with war crimes and our complicity in Israel's genocide. And instead of addressing these problems, instead of solving these issues, instead of leaning into the demands of the overwhelming majority of the masses, the American government and the Democratic Party, just like the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the left representation of politics in both these countries, has decided to suppress the needs of the masses and decided to avoid having these conversations. Having said that, however, there is an opportunity here as Adam Hamawi, Chris Robb in Philadelphia, and numerous insurgent candidates that are popping up all around the country in the primary system and actually successfully defeating the establishment Democrats all around the country have created this unavoidable force that will hopefully present a very good change within the party. And it's not just, of course, about Israel either. It's about these issues broadly. I feel like the center of power in the Democratic Party for far too long has conceded to the interests of profits, to the interests of corporations, and oftentimes placed them first and placed the interests of the population, the people, the masses, the working class last. Hopefully, we can make a change and we can force that change because I feel as though the party right now needs fighters. We don't have a lot of time. Fascism is here, and someone has to fight back. And the way to do that is through the democratic process and allowing real democracy to take place.
Hassan Piker, we want to thank you for being with us, political commentator and live streamer on the Twitch platform. That does it for our show. I'll be in Tampa, Florida tonight. We'll be celebrating WMNF Community Radio at 2 screenings of the film Steal the Story, Please, about the history of democracy now and the importance of independent media at the Sunray Cinema. You can check our website at democracynow.org, and then at the O Cinema in Miami, Saturday and Sunday for 3 screenings. And of course, we'll be screening beyond that. I'll be with the director, Tia Lesson. That does it for our show. Next week in Sheffield in England, and then in Belfast in Ireland, and then back to a swing through Vermont. Check our website. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
And welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show in New Jersey, where Dr. Adam Hamawi beat a crowded field Tuesday to win the Democratic Party's nomination in the race to succeed retiring Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman. Dr. Hamawi had the endorsement of progressives, including Senator Bernie Sanders and Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Hamawi is a former U.S. Army surgeon. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who also endorsed Dr. Hamawi, said he helped save her life after her helicopter was shot down in Iraq, her legs blown off. In 2024 and 2025, Dr. Adam Hamawi volunteered in Gaza, where he treated Palestinians injured there. In 2024, Hamawi spoke to Democracy Now! From Gaza.
Most of my patients are children. My average patient is about 12 or 13 years old. They range from the youngest one I've taken care of is about 4, and the age goes up to like mid-60s or 70s. The people, since the invasion of Rafah, we've had a lot of the hospital personnel leave because they are trying to get their families out of Rafah. Many of them have either moved there from other parts of Gaza or they have lived there and they're trying to flee.
That was Dr. Adam Hamawi speaking from Gaza back in 2024. On the campaign trail, Dr. Hamawi called for the U.S. to cut off arms sales to Israel and other countries that commit gross human rights violations. He also called for an end to apartheid in Israel. This is Dr. Hamawi on Tuesday night after winning the Democratic congressional primary in New Jersey.
Prove once and for all that there is no such thing as progressive except for Palestine. I will fight for health care, not bombs. To abolish ICE. And to unread this economy once and for all.
Dr. Adam Hamawi joins us now from Princeton, New Jersey. Congratulations on your victory Tuesday. Can you talk about overall your plank and what this means and what your victory says not only to the country, but to the Democratic Party in particular?
Thank you very much for having me again. Yes, I am. I'm very happy about Tuesday, and I was running on something very simple: is that we should be spending on healthcare, not bombs. We should be spending on our communities here, in New Jersey, in America, and not funding bombs overseas for atrocities and genocide. We should not be funding the endless wars that we're seeing. We should be funding ICE. And this was a message that people wanted to hear, that people were waiting to hear, because we see the problems that we have at home that we are ignoring. You just went through your War and Peace report, and we see that we need the billions of dollars that are being spent on these endless wars to fix our communities and to restore the democracy that seems to be being dismantled right in front of us.
And Dr. Hamawi, what prompted you to move from being on the front lines of medical treatment in many wars around the world to run for office?
So I've been working in war and disaster zones for the last 30 years. I volunteered, 2 weeks a year or sometimes longer, and then I come back feeling that I have given back. And I couldn't do that after coming back from Gaza. I just couldn't go back to life as usual because what I witnessed there wasn't a war. I witnessed a level of destruction I had never experienced before. What I witnessed was really a genocide. I was taking care of the victims of it, and I couldn't stay silent. And with the restriction on foreign journalists from entering, I had a front seat view, and I felt that I had to go to my lawmakers and say, we are enabling this to happen as a country. We are using American tax dollars for this to happen. And I started advocating and going to DC, and I found that many doors were closed. People didn't even want to hear what was happening they wouldn't even listen whether they agreed or not. And so when this seat became open, when Bonnie Watson Coleman, our current congresswoman, said she was going to retire, I felt I had to run. I had to continue her legacy of fighting for the people, fighting for justice, and having the moral courage to stand up and make sure that we continue this fight. And as a surgeon, I don't like just putting band-aids on issues. I go to the source, and currently many of the problems that we have here at home with healthcare, with education, with our infrastructure, with housing, starts in Washington. And these endless wars start in Washington. So this is where I'm going.
And you're running as the Democratic Party nominee, and the Democratic Party, especially when it comes to Gaza, the Palestinians and Israel, has really pretty much gone along with the imperial project of the United States and Israel. So I'm wondering your concerns about the Democratic Party.
Well, the party leadership has become disassociated with what the people want. We've seen over the last several years, as people become aware of what's happening in the Middle East, of what's happening in Israel, and our role in enabling this for decades, and the Israeli lobby's influence on our government with AIPAC, people are becoming more aware. And if the Democratic Party doesn't start paying attention to what's happening on the ground, they're going to continue to lose elections. And I think that was one of the reasons for my success, is because the people in the district are sick and tired of this, and it's not just here, but it's around the country. We want a country where we use our resources, our tax dollars, these billions of dollars that we are spending on the Department of War, $1 trillion a year. We need to be spending some of that right here at home to restore our nation, to fund universal health care like Medicare for all, to fund tuition-free public college, to rebuild our roads and bridges, to address the housing crisis. We're always told that we can't afford all these things, but we always could afford more bombs and more money for war.
And what do you make of the autopsy report that the head of the Democratic National Committee tried to suppress, but then after outcry was forced to release it? And there wasn't any mention of Israel, no mention of Gaza. And yet, at the Democratic National Convention, I'm going to also put this question to Hassan Piker in the segment we do with him. We know what a major issue this was just at the convention alone, with delegates outside holding a sit-in for over 24 hours, demanding a Palestinian-American voice in the convention. Then when the autopsy comes out, it's not just that they dealt with Israel and Gaza, the occupied territories, in a certain way, but they didn't mention it at all.
Well, Israel is the third rail of American politics. You can't criticize Israel.
This is
I just want the budgeting app. What? How? Base 44. Look, it pulls our.
Oh, can we not? So when she drive us everything there, too. We would have called Asia, would have called Persia, Asia, yeah, that's Asia. And then you have places where to go over back into Africa. You have places like Seba, and you have places like Arabia, and them places so-called Asia. Those places have a direct relationship, and what was taking place in those times have a direct relationship of how we think today. Yeah, a lot of our thinking, a lot of our belief system came from in a them time there. So when you hear about Babylon, Babylon was a great city It all one of the seven wonders of the world. You know them call seven wonders of the world? Things that human beings build and people sometimes can't understand how they build it. It's a wonder out there. And in a Babylon, not only for you here, you have someone say Babylon, but you don't even know. Because the Babylon is a wicked place. In them time, the Babylon was clear in technology. That them build a garden that was a hanging garden. That's one of the seven wonders of the world. How did they build such a garden? It's like how the Chinese them know and build bridge. When you can't look up and see the top of the bridge. Where the bridge tall and long. We go along and Jamaica to Rati. Them things that somebody was supposed to know, you know. We can't just, you know, our little food. And go like that of the world, you know. There's a couple of food and then when you hear something, you say, oh, what you talk about? How that affect me, it affect you. You know why you think man say Babylon now? Because it is said that the Babylonians them enslaved the Jews by the Israelites. But Babylon was a flourishing city. I mean, really, a city that people marvel at. The technology where it reached at the time was so marvelous. It's like how Egypt was really a tech power at the time. The things them that the Egyptian them built was a marvel. The Sphinx and the pyramids, all them tunnel where you never talk about now in a Persia, in a Iraq. Where the underground tunnel there. Where the man them have city under the earth. When them dig and dig. All of them mean war weapons them is under the ground. No radar can detect it there, so it can't reach them. That's why when Donald Trump said, they know which part them uranium they were build, them want to build nuclear bomb. They will bomb it out. They take a bomb with thousands of pounds heavy and drop the bomb where it hits the place there. And when him drop it and blow it up, him tell the whole world say, him totally destroy them uranium and all them something there. And him come back and tell the world that. But guess what? It never destroy because the bomb drop and blow up the place. But guess what? It never got deep enough. The man them did not move where the things them before the bomb drop. Plus when the bomb drop, them have other ways to go down underneath the ground. But check out some of them uranium and then once it. Go put it somewhere else. So when them say destroy everything, no go so because them still have it. That's why I have to go back there now a second time and say, watch out. You can't afford to make them up. This thing I know. Because them is a dangerous set of people. But it make Israel have it. Them have it, Russia have it, you can't talk to Russia. China have it, but you can't talk to China. North Korea have it, but you can't talk to them. India and Pakistan have it, but you can't talk to them. So I'm a big fan of Iran now. And I say, can't make it up because Iran is a dangerous country. But that deal did make with Iran already. To not make it. With I think Obama they make it with. Say them now go build a nuclear weapon. But Israel vexed. Israel not here. Israel afraid. Israel say, oh, we now make them a bit of a wage war. As a matter of fact, we will make a So the man they have city underground, you know. Just like how we see we have a panorama so now. It's like all the people that are easy with them are billionaires. Because them know say them can't put it on top of the ground, on the earth, because them modern day technology and now we just spy out everything. And one press of a button from even America they do. One press a button and you reach over this and blow up everywhere. That is why the man them are use drone now when they have nobody in the drone.
Can I get your number?
I'm married.
No, disrespectfully, I just had to ask for your workout plan so my husband can get shredded body like you.
Tai Chi walking program, 15 minutes every morning.
If you want to get rid of this, and this, do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises, 3 minutes each every day, and see what happens. We start this Monday. Are you in?
6:30 a.m. doing my 15-minute Tai Chi walking before work. I'm 52. Started a month ago. Yesterday, my boss literally didn't recognize me. I'm telling you, start this challenge this Monday. By April 28th, you'll thank yourself.
Honey, how many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
I wasn't. Tai Chi walking, 7 minutes a day at home. At home. 5 exercises, 3 minutes each. That's it.
Guys, give me like 10 seconds. I'm 50, and honestly, I look pretty much like I did in my old photos. Gym didn't work, cardio didn't work, Tai Chi walking did. 7 minutes a day. That's it. No floor stuff, no jumping. I don't even know how it works, but somehow it brought me back.
I'm 57 and my son says I need to spend hours in the gym to lose weight at my age.
Oh, no. You don't need fitness advice from guys in their 20s. After 50, the gym only stresses your body.
So what should I do?
You should do Tai Chi walking. It's built for men over 50.